be a part of this conversation. You can call us via 090-222-31011 or you call 0817-624-8565 or you can call us on 0704-54-17701. So you can join the conversation. You can call us right now. The phone lines are open, or send us a message.
Yeah, don't forget as well, we're also streaming live via YouTube and Facebook. Go to our website and search spectrumtv.ng. And on Twitter, spectrumtv_ng is where you can leave us your tweet. We'd love to hear from you.
Hello, good morning. Please turn down the volume of your TV set when you call us, or you move away from there totally, or your radio. Just turn down the volume so we can have a good flow of conversation. Keep the calls coming. All right, so we're back here, Raymond.
Okay, let's go now to reports that trickled in from yesterday. The aftermath of the elections, of course, were followed by the counting of the votes. And this is where a lot of the post-violence cases that were recorded, eventually started, because it was discovered that most units already had the ballot papers, some printed by some INEC officials who were working in connivance with some political parties. I already mentioned Lugbe Primary School in Abuja was one of the areas that was reported. Gwarimpa as well, also in Abuja, was reported to have had INEC agents, and ad hoc staff, the core members, who were supposed to be the future leaders of tomorrow.
Let's just take a call and then we'll come back to that. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning to you.
All right, tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. We can hear you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your name and your location.
My name is George Udi.
Geoffrey, welcome. Where are you calling us from?
Hello. I can hear you well.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Benue State.
Okay, go ahead with your contributions.
Thank you very much. My little contribution is this. The election was very well okay here, but I am seeing Buhari with his ballot paper just now. But some people are saying that he voted Labour, but I don't think so. The president cannot even like to embrace himself so much that to vote another party apart from his own political party, as APC. So the way I'm looking at it is I'm a little confused. I saw him the first APC and the second one, and I'm not clear. So
Okay, your point is well noted, but perhaps you're just joining the conversation. A short while ago, we did address that particular issue. I've equally seen footages which showed President Buhari purportedly voting the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, but that particular footage appeared to have been doctored because the real footage that we saw from Daura showed President Buhari cast his vote for the APC. So let's not be misguided by this.
Let's just take a call. Hello?
Yeah, am I speaking with the TV station?
Yeah, you're speaking with Spectrum Television. What's your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please turn down the volume on your TV set.
All right, do us a favor, just walk away from your TV set completely, or if you are joining us via our sister platform, Planet Radio, please turn down the volume on your set so we can entertain your reaction. Otherwise, we might have to cut you off. Thank you very much indeed. We're still expecting more of your reactions. And don't forget, head to our WhatsApp platform, Facebook page, and our Twitter handle. Leave us a comment. We'll do well to take your messages as the broadcast continues. We were talking about report analysis from what we saw yesterday. Perhaps it's important to start from home before we go out
Let's
to the
just
rest
pause
of the
Leo and
country.
take some calls so we can address that. Good morning to you.
Hello?
Good morning. We can hear you. Tell us your name and your location.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Kanu.
What's your name? All right. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Mr. President showed us his
Ballot paper.
But we are told that it's a secret ballot. Why did he decide to make it open? Is it not a way of campaigning and telling masses that this is the place you are going to vote? Don't you think so? Don't you think that Mr. President was campaigning for Tinubu in that area?
Well, we've been thinking same as well, just as you have been. We'll leave that to INEC to decide. And, of course, the election observers, it would definitely point this out. Of course, we, the media, have a duty as well to spot out these discrepancies. And I'm sure we've done right by Nigerians by telling them it is actually wrong to display your ballot papers immediately after voting, because that is campaigning. You can imagine the rub-off effect Mr. President displaying his ballot papers would have on thousands of millions of APC supporters who might say, okay, in spite of all the insinuations or the body language movement that President Buhari may not be supporting the ambition of Tinubu, by thumping or voting for him, it means he's supporting him. And so that could, equally cajole others.
Roman, that's only if the vote counted.
But if we go by what the president has always said and has been saying, that his support goes, readily to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's never hidden, his, what do I call it now, his support for Bola Ahmed
So we
Tinubu.
already knew.
So we've had situations where even during campaigns, the president raises the hand of the APC presidential candidate to say, this is my most preferred candidate. This is who is, more capable than the other candidates put together. So I do not think that President Muhammadu Buhari in any way had hidden his consent, towards Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, let's not also find the body language to some Nigerians has been that, the president is not on the side of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But there has been situations where President Muhammadu Buhari has openly declared his full support for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he has told all his supporters and all those that believe in him that, look, this is the best candidate for Nigeria.
What if the vote was void?
We'll leave that to INEC to count. Well, this is just one of many irregularities that were cited across the country in the course of voting yesterday, when Nigerians headed out to elect a new president and members who would represent them at both chambers of the National Assembly. It's Nigeria Decides 2023 studios from Spectrum Television. There's more to come after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're watching Nigeria Decides 2023. It's the 26th day of February, and a day after Nigerians headed out in large numbers to cast their votes in the hope that, of course, they would elect leaders who will direct the affairs of the nation for the next 4 years. A lot of post-voting concerns have been bordered on large-scale irregularities recorded across different parts of the country, with the rest of the world and Nigerians indeed mounting pressure on the electoral umpire INEC to do right by them by following the laid down and stipulated regulations of the Electoral Act in ensuring that only the right votes are counted and the eventual winners declared eventually. But we're still waiting, of course, for INEC to respond to this.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Hello,
Go ahead. Your name and where you're calling from. Your name is what?
Joseph.
Okay. Okay. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Makudi, Benin State.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay. In the first place, I want to appreciate God for giving us the opportunity to vote for today. But going by what INEC told us before the election, they said that they're going to upload every bit of the results as being collected to the INEC website. But when you look at the INEC website, you can't actually identify segment or which of the portals that one can actually access the results that is supposed to be uploaded, and up to now we have not been doing anything. I wonder whether the whole Nigeria polling unit has completed their own election. And again, I think there were actually delays in the arrival of the electoral, the INEC ad hoc staff to the polling units, 2-3-4 instances of my own personal observation, especially where I voted. I think they arrived at around 10-11 o'clock, and that actually delayed the process. A lot of people came in and they were frustrated. People trekked from distant places to locate their polling units, and then it was a challenge. I think something should be done about that. And again, some of us are also afraid that the result can be changed over, since the only way we thought that we'll be able to follow up the proceedings of collecting the results is not yet in place. Because by now we expect that INEC should have the results so far collected on their website as promised. And we're not seeing anything. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joseph. Thank you for your opinion today. Of course, our phone lines are still open. You can be a part and parcel of the conversation. Call us on the numbers being displayed on your television screen and let us know what's happening in your area as regards the 2023 general elections.
Yeah,
Our serious
concerns
yes.
are basically still the same of what.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, my name is Musa.
Okay, Musa, calling from where?
Nasarawa State.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead.
Yes. I want to really appreciate INEC for a job well done. From what I've seen, what I saw, I will give them 80%. The only problem that I have is that it's a matter of choice. Everybody has a choice to make, he will make. For people to think that their candidate must win is something to be worried about. You cannot force everybody to vote their candidate. People should be allowed to choose whoever they want and allow their votes to count. So I appreciate INEC for that, what they have done. I believe next time they will do better. When the gubernatorial election comes, I believe it will be better than what we are seeing now. Kudos to Nigerians.
Okay, thank you very much, Musa, for joining us. Perhaps we've not had any incidents or large-scale incidents of irregularities in Nasarawa.
I think that's why.
It's good to commend. If INEC has done well,
Yeah.
I think it's fair to commend them, because there's been some polling units. We've equally seen footages to show some polling units where elections were held the way they should.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. Tell us your name and your location.
Yeah, my name is Albert. I'm calling from Imo.
All right, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Go ahead and make your contributions.
Okay. What I want to say now is about what happened in Lagos State. About some people making sentimental statements like rubber statements. You understand? So, it's very, very wrong. And the police was there. Okay? And the police was there. So, it's very, very wrong. Like, is it the Nigeria we all want? Or is it the one Nigeria we all are talking about? Some people telling some Labour Party members, I want to vote for Labour Party. If they are not going to vote for Labour Party, I will go back to Canberra or they are allowed to vote for their protest party.
Okay.
So it's very, very wrong. What do you think?
Okay, we understand your frustrations, of course. A lot of that, I did say, it looks like this election has climaxed to Nigerians versus the INEC. Everyone wants INEC to respond to the cases of widespread irregularities, because the resident electoral commissioners, for now, are not allowed to have a say, because this is a post that has national interest. If it were the governorship and state houses of assembly post, the respective reps would by now have addressed us, but we can only wait for Mahmoud Yakubu. Looks like we have another call. Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning, my good.
Yes, good morning. Welcome. What's your name and where are you joining us from?
My name is Promise, calling from Rivers.
Promise from Rivers. Well, Promise, how was elections in Rivers yesterday?
My local government, where I am, the election was peaceful. People, in spite of different orders, but Nigerians decided to vote for whom they want to vote for.
What order are you referring to? I'd like to know. Fill us in. What orders did you get?
Okay. The order was that a particular political party has to be voted.
And who gave you this order?
Okay. You know what is happening in Nigeria, so there is no need of mentioning any particular name. What we are after is let the right thing be done.
All right. Promise, thank you very much.
Thank you so
Promise
much.
is simply shying away from telling us what appears to be the obvious, as social media was updated with series of reports and pictures which show that Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State tried to alter the course of the eventual collective result in his unit, where he reportedly lost. With reference to the order, there were reports that members of the People's Democratic Party and supporters of the party in Rivers State declined his desire or wishes that they support Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Well, let's just take a call. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. Tell us your name and your location.
My name is Abraham from Zaki Benue State.
All right, thanks for joining the show. Go ahead.
Well, the election was conducted peacefully, only that the machines were rejecting so many cards.
Wow.
So many people were very angry about it. Despite that, everything was well. We're only waiting for the results to come out.
All right, thank you very much for your opinion and contribution. I think series of irregularities being occasioned by this particular elections, across the country. We've made mention of the fact that there's been a number of violence, there's been late arrival of materials, and even INEC officials, to the polling units.
People not finding their polling units.
People not finding their polling units because INEC decided, to cut short some polling units.
All right,
hello, good morning.
I'm calling you from Benue State.
Your name, please.
Yeah, Benue State.
Your name? What's your name?
I am Oga John.
Oga John. Okay, go ahead.
From Agat local government.
Go ahead, Oga.
Yeah, the election did yesterday by the president of Nigeria was very, very odd. It was said that the election should be on secret ballot paper, and president of Nigeria did the election and opened it and showed to the people. Is it right of the election rule?
You're asking, or you're okay. Looks like a lot of Nigerians have, issues with that particular action there by President Muhammad Buhari.
You have a president who has been largely lambasted for disrespecting the Supreme Court's ruling. So what's more to just displaying a paper on national TV? It's quite wrong. But we did say the rub-off effect it could have on the rest of the voters is where people have an argument.
I think this will be the last call before we take a breather. Hello, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Very quickly, sir. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Austin. I'm calling from Lagos.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, I must commend your station. Is that Spectrum?
Yes, Spectrum Television.
Yeah, I must commend your station for the good work.
Thank you very much.
So I'm calling because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election was peaceful. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason? Because the election so far in some other part of Lagos, it was full of violence. And I want to know, what is the reason I must be frank with you. It was full of violence. And before this weekend, we have seen a lot of military officials around Lagos, especially in Oshodi, Musu area, and the Maitu area of Lagos. But all of a sudden, all the military officials just disappeared 2 days to the election day, which was yesterday. I can tell you categorically that there was no one military official in any of the polling units in Lagos. Even the police officials that are there, they could not undo the thugs that are coming to scatter all the boxes that are using for voting. This is unfair. It is unfair. In any polling unit where the Labour Party is leading, you will see thugs coming there to chase everybody away. It's not supposed to be like that in an election day. So the INEC chairman should do something about this. He should work on this issue of insecurity when it comes to election day.
All right,
it is
thank
this
you very much.
insecurity that is causing election malpractices, especially in this part of Lagos here, especially in Lagos, I think.
All right, thank you very much for your contribution. Raymond, we just need to take a breather now.
That's right. Of course, we know Lagos happens to be one of the states where we're told amongst the 16 that have been identified for continuation of votes or a rerun of the elections in areas where the exercise was disrupted yesterday. We give you full statistics on that. When we come back from our next break, we go for a breather. The news comes up, by the way, at 12. You can join us radio on Spectrum TV and on Planet Radio. At 12:30, Nigeria Decides 2023 studios will reopen. Please stay with us.
See, this is Akara polling units, Sulere Aguda. See, these people are going away with our ballot box. Nobody's attacking them, but they don't want to upload our results. Why are they carrying all of them here? How do you people feel? Very young people, how do you people feel? Do you like the way the country is going? And everybody strongly faced like that. Has anybody attacked you here? Is anybody not making effort to help you people to sort this thing out? And they are carrying you people. That's why they call police to come and carry people and go. And you people are very happy. You like what is happening. Have you ever employed for work in this country? Have you ever employed for work from Nigeria? And they will tell you cannot employ because you're a Nigerian. Have you gone to the embassy and nobody will give you visa because you're a Nigerian? If you're not from a blue blood. And you people are happy. You people like what is going on. You people are happy about it. They call police. That's wickedness, of course. Imagine. Sir, no, let me ask you this thing, You don't, no, I know they hold this phone for, I know they touch you. How do you feel now? Say, your children finish school, they won't come up from this country. We not get work anywhere because you're a Nigerian. You cannot even travel because you're a Nigerian. You can't even live as a Nigerian.
And this is against INEC regulation. INEC told us the result will be
uploaded here. So where are they going? Where are they going to? This is pure wickedness now. And you are the one telling them that will come and mob the people here. You see, now they want, see, why is everybody keeping quiet? Why is everybody keeping quiet? Here is life.
Don't touch any police, don't touch them for clothes. Don't touch them for clothes.
They my mistake.
They say you go to say you won't try you understand. Say you won't try to disarm anybody. Don't touch them.
Look at now they are happy. Because people are out here to vote.
Policy, bad administration, the only
APC. Because it's obvious LP is winning here. So they have made their call, come here. And this man now said to them that they are afraid. How are you afraid? Why everybody is trying to help? Nobody attacked them. And he said to them that they are afraid. Afraid of what? He's the one that called them now. He's the one that, how much did they pay you? How much did they pay you? How much did they pay you? Look at all of them. Nobody's making efforts again. Nobody's making efforts again to do anything. Very wicked people. Useless youths. After your NYC, what will you be doing? After your NYC, what will you be doing? Very useless youths. You people are useless. Useless youths. You can't make any efforts. After your NYC, what will you do? After your NYC, what will you be doing for a living?
In another location. Let the person come here. The person to come here. These things. When they suffer, oh, they suffer. If you don't want them to go, they will not go.
That is the way it's supposed to be.
Can we continue like this? Can we continue like this? You people have things you want to achieve. You have goals you want to achieve. And you are joining these people to do this rubbish. You have no conscience. Can you people put out? Let us sort this thing out. You can't go like that. Your boss come here. He came here before. He came here before. He stopped outside and he left. Why can't he come back? Why? Can we try it again? Can we try it again? Let us do everything here. Let us go. How many things have you got? Look at these people now, trying to use our brains. Get exhausted. Yes, we took the exhaustion. Which one? So maybe took for this one. I have it. You have for this. Young people, look at all of you. You are still young. Do it here. Why are we leaving this place?
My brother, aside from this INEC work, after this INEC work now, what again are we doing? Is the Labour Party. How do you feel about what is actually going on here?
Hello and welcome to Spectrum News Within the Week. I am Rachel David White, coming to you live from Uyo, the capital city of the Akwa Ibom State. Let's take a look at the headlines. INEC chairman says collation of presidential election result to commence 12 noon today. INEC declares one-day extension of voting in Cross River. Plus, U.S. medical transport plane crashes in Nevada, 5 dead. Details of the stories and more in a moment. We begin this afternoon with an electoral update that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will commence the collation of 2023 presidential and parliamentary elections today from 12 noon. The INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, announced this at a news conference on the 2023 general elections in Abuja. Yakubu said results were expected by the commission from the state starting from today. Meanwhile, INEC has said that voting is extended till today in some polling units in Cross River State. The INEC's head of department, HOD, Voter Education and Publicity, Antonia Nwobi, said these in a statement issued on behalf of the State Resident Electoral Commissioner, REC. The statement read that the Electoral Commission extended voting in polling units and wards in Bakassi local government area, Day Spring 1 and 2, as well as Kwa Island of the state. Nwobi urged all affected eligible voters to use the opportunity to cast their votes. Elsewhere, the Electoral Commission INEC has shifted voting in Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections in 141 polling units in Bayelsa State till today. The Commissioner also moved voting in 3 local government areas of the Edo State till March 11th, the date for the governorship and State House of Assembly elections. The INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, in a situation report briefing explained that voting was interrupted by thugs in the affected places. He also noted that the core members serving as ad hoc staff at the polling units were reluctant to continue with the exercise, which led to the postponement of the exercise. Still on electoral report, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission on Saturday reportedly arrested 9 persons for vote buying during the presidential and National Assembly elections in Osun, Ondo, Borno, Akwa Ibom, and Sokoto State. It said 4 suspects were arrested in Osun, 2 in Sokoto, and 1 each in Ondo, Akwa Ibom, and Borno State. The agency noted that the 4 suspects in the custody of the Osun State Office of the ICPC were found with documents containing lists of names, phone numbers, and account details of voters during the elections in the state. Meanwhile, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has reportedly arrested 19 people suspected of vote buying in Katsina, Kano, Benue, and the Federal Capital Territory. The EFCC Kano Zonal Commander, Faru Dogondaji, in an interview said that 16 of the suspects were arrested in Kano and 1 in Katsina. Dogondaji added that 6 suspects were apprehended in the Tofa and Ongogo local government areas with bags of rice and thermovita. The EFCC commander said the suspect would be arraigned after the investigation. In the meantime, the presidential and National Assembly elections held across the country on Saturday experienced malfunction of the bimodal voter accreditation system machine in some polling units, while there was late arrival of election materials and ad hoc staff in some other places. Voters across the geopolitical regions expressed disappointment over the development, which left some Nigerians disenfranchised. In Bayelsa State, angry voters crowded INEC's Yanagwa office to protest their inability to vote due to a lack of sensitive materials. But the resident electoral commissioner INEC for Bayelsa State, Emmanuel Hart, appealed to the voters, assuring them that the commission would address their concerns. Still on yesterday's election, the chief executive officer of TAF Media Group, Tony Afia, owners of Spectrum Television, Planet Radio, and Tangsio FM, yesterday at primary school in Ibiako Run Unit 1 in Akwa Ibom State, cast his vote for his preferred presidential and National Assembly candidate. In an interview, he said the voting process was stress-free and accreditation was less time-consuming, noting that the 2023 presidential and National Assembly election is peaceful compared to previous elections.
It had to go to... Well, it's very, very different from previous elections here. It's very smooth. You come in here... I actually did not find my voter's card, but I had to go to website of INEC and print out my thing and then come here. I was identified with my fingerprint and I got in there, I voted and came out. It's not what it used to be, that there used to be so much fight, so much aggression. No, all of this, people stand on the line and they don't mind, they stand on the line and they voted. They've created more units in my area. So from that unit, they took out some people. They used to be so crowded here and put in those new units. So it came out really good.
Meanwhile, Akwa Ibom State Governor Domimano yesterday expressed satisfaction with the turnout, timeliness and orderliness in the accreditation and voting processes in his Awa Iman Ward 1 and other wards in Amnaloku government area of the state. Speaking to newsmen shortly after casting his vote at Unit 001 Awa Iman Ward 1, the governor commended the peaceful manner in which the voters conducted themselves. Government House correspondent Jen Owa reports that Governor Mano equally commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and security officials for their effort in ensuring a smooth conduct of the exercise and expressed satisfaction with the functionality of the beavers, expressing delight that he was captured with ease.
Even when they snap the features of my face, you see the beavers was able to authenticate the genuineness of the PVC I submitted, and all the features all matched. So I think that's something that I really appreciated, and I requested to see that it's been authenticated, and that went perfect. One thing I also need to appreciate, the orderliness I'm seeing here is really impressive. You can see the way people are queuing, and the turnout is very good in this unit. But I don't want to use only one unit to judge the entire exercise. You give me some time. In the next 3-4 hours, should be able to speak more on how the exercise had gone in Akwa Ibom State. But so far, so good. I just love the peaceful atmosphere, the orderliness I've seen in my unit and in my ward. I expect this to go across the...
Away from that, scores of traders at Maduguri Monday markets, Borno State, were left distraught as properties worth millions of naira were consumed by a raging inferno earlier today. According to eyewitnesses, the fire started between 2 and 3 a.m. Reports say no life was lost in the tragic incidents. Still to come in the news, federal government identifies new fields for 681,000 BPD oil production. To stay with us.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio, as always, Join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
Thanks for staying tuned. In Africa, Burkina Faso within the week had announced a recruitment drive for 5,000 soldiers to serve in the army for at least 5 years to aid the country in its fight against jihadists. According to reports, the country has been battling insurgency since 2015. Defense Minister Kassom Coulibaly said in a statement that the recruitment of young male soldiers will extend from February 28th to March 7th, and enlistees must have been born between January 1st, 1988 and December 31st, 2003. Recall that it is the third time in less than a year Burkinabe Army has organized such recruitment. In April 2022, 3,000 soldiers, 3,000 soldiers were recruited, with the process launched again in October. On a foreign scene, operators of medical transport plane says one of its airlines has crashed in the western U.S. state of Nevada, killing all 5 on board. Ramsar Health said in a statement that the plane went off radar Friday night outside the arid town of Stagecoach near Nevada's border with California. In a statement, Central Leon County Fire Department confirmed that none of the 5 people on board survived. According to Ramsar Health, in addition to the pilots, the plane was carrying a nurse, paramedic, a patient, and a patient's family member. In business, the federal government has identified new oil fields capable of delivering about 681,000 barrels of crude oil per day and 1.52 billion standard cubic feet of gas daily. It discloses in a new document put together by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission titled Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Sector Value Optimization, Energy Transition and Regulatory Perspectives. In the document, the Chief Executive of NUPRC Benga, Komolafe, explained that incremental volumes of crude were expected from new wells and well re-entry. He noted that the implementation of host community provisions under Section 235 of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 saddled with the Commission's responsibility of ensuring conducive and peaceful relationships among stakeholders within the host communities will hold. Still to come in the news, it will be ranked 4th most creative EPL player ahead of Salah and Mahrez. Do stay with us. Thanks for staying tuned. In health, a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Solomon Avidumi, within a week said that women experiencing irregular ovulation should go to the hospital for proper evaluation and maternal health experts. The gynecologist disclosed this in an interview with newsmen, adding that irregular ovulation could lead to infertility if not properly treated. He urged women with the condition to avoid self-medication and seek help. Professor Vidime identified polycystic ovarian syndrome, a hormonal disorder, premature ovarian failure, thyroid dysfunction, diabetes mellitus, and excessive weight gain as some of the health conditions that are associated with irregular ovulation. The maternal health expert also stated that a high-fat and low-fiber diet could predispose women to irregular ovulation. According to him, about 20% of women of reproductive age have irregular ovulation, also known as anovulation. And sport, Alex Iwobi has been rated the fourth most creative player in the Premier League so far this season. The Nigerian midfielder is ahead of former African Footballer of the Year winners Mohamed Salah and Riyad Mahrez in the list. Salah, who won the African Footballer of the Year in 2017 and 2018, has made 5 assists, one more than Mahrez, who was a recipient of the award in 2016. Meanwhile, Iwobi is said to be one of the outstanding players for Everton this season, notching 6 assists and scoring 1 goal in 23 games for the Toffees, who currently sit 16th in the EPL standings, 1 point ahead of the relegation zone. On our entertainment news, Nigerian comic actor and comedian Ime Bishop, popularly known as Okon Lagos, has warned politicians not to rig the February 25th presidential and National Assembly election. Okon, who gave the warning in a post on his Instagram page, noted that there is a very thin line between sanity and insanity. He said it will be very unwise to tamper with the collective destinies of Nigerians. And that's all we have for you at this time. Don't sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel, all of which you can find on our website, spectrumtv.ng. You have been watching Spectrum News within the week. I am Rachel David White. Enjoy the rest of your day. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decide Studios reopens by 12:30. To stay tuned.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us, and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
One truth not often told is about the transformation that Africa has undergone in recent decades.
Arrival of PDP candidates for the governorship of Imo State.
Owa now, and he has been playing us since 4 o'clock that the network is not good. And this is Ward 7, Akumazi in the Ghana local government. And Labour Party won with a very large margin, which they have not been able to upload results, telling us that they want to take this stuff back to Owoibo so that they will be able to upload it. But with the youth of Akumazi has refused that he is no longer going to be business as usual. He should upload it today in our presence. But he has refused that, telling us different stories from network to this. We've even shared data to him, and at the end of the day, he has not been able to do anything. We Akumazi people have said that he will remain here, which the DPO that they sent to come and monitor all the election stuff going on in Akumazi in Ekano has come here and said that we should keep him here till he is able to upload this thing to us. Sure. Labour Party has won in Ward 7, Akumazi, Owerri, and Akwama. But Akumazi, Owerri, and Akwama. But this man is from Owoibo, Owalero, Owoibo anyway. He's from Owa, so he can actually compromise. But we refuse. We all here are still waiting. We refuse. No compromising.
Now, what again are we doing? Is the Labour Party. How do you feel about what is actually going on here? Making efforts. Nobody. Ah.
Obi, 98, 99, wonderful! Come on! Come on!
For election to be successful and democratic, voters must understand their rights and responsibilities, sufficiently knowledgeable and well-informed to cast ballots that are legally valid, as well as participate meaningfully in the voting process. Join us as we sample opinions on the readiness of Nigerians towards the 2023 elections.
Voter education on the use of bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) and overall voting processes are very crucial to countries where political situations may be volatile and elections may have an unprecedented impact on their future. The BVAS is an electronic device introduced by the Independent National Electoral Commission in 2021. This biometric technology was using both fingerprint and facial recognition of voters. The device can also capture images known as IREV. The portal allows members of the public to create personal accounts to gain access to polling unit results uploaded on the platform as PDF files. The BVAS work by scanning the barcode or QR code on the PVC of the voter by the assistant presiding officer to verify and authenticate voters.
BVAS can't authenticate you if your data is not in the BVAS. You know what I mean? Because you use your fingerprint and your face. So the BVAS already has your data. And that's how the BVAS can prove whether you actually just look at the face, just okay, so your fingerprint are unique to you, your face too, in the BVAS.
Most eligible voters still do not know the functionality of the BVAS.
I don't have an idea. I've never voted before, as I said earlier. But whatever it is, anyhow, maybe we'll get orientation before then.
No, I don't. I've been hearing. I've not experienced it, so I can't. It will be an instant result.
While elections are occasion for people to have a say in how they are governed and who will hold political power, voter apathy is a growing concern, especially among young people.
Voter apathy is a lack of interest among voters in the elections of representative democracies. It is often cited as a cause of low turnout among eligible voters in jurisdictions where voting is optional, and the large votes where voting is compulsory. Voter apathy can be caused by alienation, where voters feel like the political system does not work for them, and any attempt to influence it will be a fruitless exercise. Voter education is suggested to be the best solution for apathy because it helps of taking action to fix the situation in their own neighborhood. Equally, being able to identify one's polling unit has been an Herculean task for most voters, hence the growing culture of lack of concern to exercise their franchises on election days. To curtail this menace, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has identified two ways to inundate voters on how to confirm their polling units before election day. First, voters only need to send a text message with information on the name of state, last name, and the last 6 digits of your voter identification number to the numbers 0806 2830 860 or 0806 2830 861 to get your polling unit name. Alternatively, one could access this information on INEC's website by visiting www.voters.inecnigeria.org or www.cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS.
The youths are involved. No, when youths are involved in anything, they must make it move. Do you understand? They must give us the best. So that's why we are expecting the best this period.
So I'm not voting. I stopped them 10 years ago because they are afraid of coming out and then they are being beaten or something. Most times the election in the country is not always a time-free and fair election. So we do have some violence in some areas. So that's why some people are scared of. And then another thing is that people feel there's no point coming out to vote, that they have already nominated the person. They feel it's just speaking, there's no election. So that's why they feel there's no point coming out.
Things like this can make people not to go, like coming to the ATM, you don't see money to withdraw. So things like that can make people discouraged and they don't want to vote. Like since morning I left my house to the ATM to withdraw and I'm not able to get any cash. So I'm discouraged. I know that different individuals will also be discouraged. They may not want to vote.
Well, in fact, it is this time people supposed to go out. They're supposed to think of the pain they are going through, to go and vote their conscience, to go and vote the leader they believe that will put at least sanity into the system of this country. You understand? So the pain, they should think of the pain and go out and vote.
Like I did say earlier on, we need to vote our mind out so that we make sure we choose a leader that will just take us from this dry land. They are sick and tired of it. So it's high time we should just wake up from slumber and begin to participate in this election.
Meanwhile, vote trading has become a widespread practice in Nigeria, where democracy has struggled to be fully consolidated due to the country's complex political landscape and its enshrined corrupt political class. Vote selling is said to trap citizens in self-sabotaging relationships with political leaders.
We want to kill corruption in Nigeria. So by collecting that is corruption. So I want to vote my conscience that day. I will take in a few days' time. Go and cast my vote.
Anybody that is selling votes should know that money they are giving you for that vote is not enough. That is not enough to sustain you for the next 8 years or 4 years, as the case may be. So if you're selling your votes, make sure you collect enough money or enough change that will be enough to sustain you till the end of that tenure, which is not even enough. So selling your vote is very bad. Nobody should sell votes. We should go out and vote wisely.
I only say they should desist from that. It's not a good act at all. It's like selling out our country, selling out, yourself. And it will take you like another 4 or 8 years for you to recover from that. If you have your PVC, don't hesitate to go out and vote. Vote somebody of your choice. Don't allow anybody to use money or intimidate you and make you to go vote somebody who don't want to.
It'll be free once the issue of influence of money is removed from it. I will vote my conscience and you vote your conscience.
They are hungry. They are looking for money, my sister. Anyway, they are hungry. Forget all those things. I saw somebody wearing one party cloth, and I said, "Is this the person you are going to vote for?" He said, "No, ma. This one is camouflage. I'm just doing it."
I'm not going to condemn the people who sell their food, even though they may not call it selling, per se. So there is poverty in the land. People are hungry. So it is not right. Somebody should follow his conscience, do whatever he or she thinks is right, not by manipulating the person with money.
I am not selling, never. Me, I can't use 10,000 naira and then at the end of the day I'll be suffering. No. This thing is about another 8 years of tenure, so I have to vote for the right person this time around. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I can't sell my vote, never. My advice to them is don't sell your vote this time around. Those women, they've been deceived. They'll carry 5 cups of rice. They'll come and give them. They'll vote bad government. At the end of the day now, we'll be under suffering for another 8 years. So they should not sell their vote.
The Supreme Court of Nigeria has adjourned judgment in the new Naira policy suit to March 3, 2023. Most residents had relied on the decision of the Apex Court to improve their standard of living and transportation to enable them vote, while others assured that, with or without transportation, they will exercise their franchise for a better Nigeria.
Trek and vote by there, I will trek. I don't care. I will trek to my polling unit and trek back home. I don't have.
No, I'm not going to vote because I don't have money. Look at it, I even went to withdraw 1,000 naira to go and cook, but there is no money.
I'm going to vote this time around. I've never voted before. I just got my PVC. I don't care about the governorship election. Anybody can win, anybody. But I'm more concerned about the presidency.
I want Nigeria for my children. I want a secured environment for them. So let us vote for somebody that will take us to the next level. But at least by now you should have gotten the money that will take you to that place and come back. If you're really serious to vote. Looking at the economy of Nigeria right now, we need a change, and I can't sit back in my house and have the change I'm looking for. So I need to go and use my PVC and vote for change. I've never voted, but this is my first time. I'm very interested. I want to encourage Nigerians to go out and vote no matter the situation, because if you don't vote, it doesn't change anything.
Vote their conscience, because especially youths in this country, we are more than the older people, understand? So they should vote their conscience. They should vote the right leader, the competent leader, understand? And it's someone that will put sanity into the system of this country, because there's no system that is working in this country.
If they want to do free and fair election, people will vote their mind without money. Let them vote someone that they know that he can bring good things for us, someone that can rule the country peaceful.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Akwa Ibom State has commenced the disbursement of electoral materials to the 31 local government areas of the state. The head of Voter Education and Publicity (INEC) Akwa Ibom State, Odaro Asin, said necessary measures had been put in place towards ensuring a hinge-free election.
The distribution of materials in question is ongoing right now. Very sensitive materials. Then, of course, the security cover for most of these materials. Thing has been done to foreclose, violence, anything security related. So everything has been done to prevent, and everything is in place to contain any of these things in case they happen. We've done everything we've done to make sure it doesn't happen, to foreclose it. But if it happens, we have the means by which to contain it. All arrangements which would ensure that all our logistical arrangements proceed smoothly. So we may need some cash, for instance, from them. We have similar arrangements with the NNPC to ensure that there's enough fuel for our vehicles.
INEC, through the head of Voter Education, Odaro Asin, has also disclosed that the total number of voters in Akwa Ibom State is 2.35 million as against 2.13 million before the continuous voter registration. According to him, 319,000 permanent voter cards, PVC, have been collected as against 520,000 PVCs sent to the Commission, while uncollected voter cards stands at 200,000 in the state.
Total number of voters in the state now is about 2.35 million. That's up from about 2.12 million before the last CVR was taken. After the CVR, by just over 520,000 PVCs came into Akwa Ibom State, of which about 318,000 have been collected. Indeed, I would say just under 319,000 have been collected out of 520,000. So the collection rate has been decent. Also, we have a balance of about 200,000 PVCs uncollected. But some of these people are dead. Some have emigrated out of the country. So Akwa Ibomites should come out in droves and vote. We hope for a very high voter turnout. Also, avoid election violence, avoid vote buying, avoid the buying and selling of PVCs and so on. And I'll say to the youths in particular, because they make up about 70% of the new registrants. So the youths are in a position to actually determine who holds which elective office. They've got the demographic power to determine who gets to virtually all of the elective offices.
The Presidential and National Assembly election will be held in Nigeria on Saturday, February 25th, while the State House of Assembly, alongside gubernatorial election, will commence on March 11th. Residents of Akwa Ibom State and Nigerians have been charged to move out in their numbers and exercise their franchise, avoiding vote selling and buying. I am Esther Otoyo. Enjoy the rest of our programs on Spectrum TV.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign, jingle, announcement, or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
Every day, we bring you up-to-date information on topical issues affecting the common Nigeria, from issues on politics,
hello Nigeria, I remain committed.
Security, education, health, lifestyle, and so much more. Join Janice Kobum and Uyai Anyeken every weekday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Rise and Shine Daily, exclusive on Spectrum Television.
One truth not often told is about the transformation that Africa has undergone in recent decades. Africa is shaping its own destiny and should be referred to as the African opportunity. On Spotlight Africa, we paint the African picture the African way, laced with truth, detail, and the color of the African continent. Join Uyai Anyekan every Tuesday and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Spotlight Africa, telling the African story.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
Welcome once again. You're watching Spectrum Television and it's Nigeria Decides 2023, our continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections across the 774 local government areas of the 36 states of the Federation. The aftermath of yesterday's polls forms the basis and the course of our discussion this afternoon. You joined us, of course, when we formally opened up the studios today at 11. We took you through a lot of the reports that were coming in from across the country with respect to how the electoral exercise went down across Nigeria. And the summary of the current standings across the country is that Nigerians have been calling for an uploading of the results on INEC's portal, courtesy of the IREF provided for by the Electoral Act. And the questions everyone has been asking is, what is delaying or deterring INEC from uploading all of the results, especially from areas where voting and counting as well as collation have been concluded. We'll revisit all of these issues as we progress. We'll also take a look at other concerns surrounding voting irregularities and discrepancies across the country, and whether or not the process has been seamless, free, fair, and credible, as was the expectations pre-elections. Rachel and Janice are still with me here in the studios, and of course we do also attend to more of your reactions via the platforms that we have made available on the program today. Welcome back, gentlemen of the press. Let's get straight to the other issues we're supposed to look at. And just before we went on that break, we're talking about the reports that were coming in from across the country as they concern results from areas where elections were conducted, concluded. We saw counting. But the big headache now is a bulk of those results are yet to be uploaded on the INEC server, which goes against the provisions of the Electoral Act that say immediately counting is done, the results collated and announced at that unit, it should be uploaded on the server for onward collation and announcement at the INEC Collation Center in Abuja. But swaths of reports we're getting from across the country is that this is not the case. As of today, in areas where elections were concluded as of yesterday, the results are yet to be uploaded.
Yeah, it's quite an indictment on the electoral umpire, and we really do not know what reasons they will be giving, aside from the fact that there's been, you know, some very flimsy excuses as to no network, you know, to upload these results. But we are also across the country. Some polling units in Lagos, elections didn't hold. Some places in Bayelsa, some places in even Anambra State, elections did not hold there, and of course in Imo State as well. So INEC had said that you know, elections will continue today from 8 a.m. up until 12. This is just a few minutes past 1 o'clock. So obviously we are also going to be seeing you know, results trickling in from these other areas where elections did not hold, and there was more like a rerun of these elections in these areas that have been mentioned. I think about 16 states so far where INEC is saying that elections should be held, today being the 26th of February. So we hope to see election results begin to trickle in, you know, into collation centers as well. But as for, you know, Nigerians are waiting for the elections to be uploaded to the server. I think that INEC has a lot of questions to answer in that regard. Let's know why results are not, you know, being uploaded, and it gives room for a lot of speculations. Of course, we've seen Nigerians say that, you know, the delay in uploading these results to the server might just be manipulated at the end of the day, or will give room for some manipulation. So if INEC is promising us a free, fair and credible election, I think that they have to put all hands on deck to make sure that we do not even see these loopholes, because we use these loopholes as Nigerians to hold them accountable for the kind of elections that they have given to the Nigerian people. Well, our collation has begun in Abuja, so shortly we're going to hook up with them to also find out if those results that had not been uploaded have finally been uploaded. And also, I want to say that I don't know if I should say that there has been a major setback, onto this year's polls, okay, against what was anticipated initially. Now, Nigerians had given full, what should I say,
introduce to you the chairman of INEC,
the electoral umpire,
who is the chief electoral commissioner
a free,
of the
fair,
Republic of
and
Nigeria,
of course a credible election.
and who is also the chief returning officer
deliver that? Have they
at
been
the
able
presidential
to do that?
election.
Now, we have reports, like you've mentioned, that there are some polling units that didn't actually, you know, elections didn't take place. We have reports where INEC officials did not arrive. We have reports where ad hoc staffs were feeling reluctant. Now, it even sparks up more questions. How?
Reluctant to do what exactly?
To upload the results. So you can imagine, you know.
So we've seen videos where Nigerians are actually virtually trying to force these people
to upload
the results, and they're just reluctant, sitting there doing nothing.
So
it's more like, oh, there's a command.
Yeah, an order from above. That's what I said. So is what's really happening now. I think it's creating room for suspicious, suspicions to arise. It's creating room for questions to arise. It's creating room for Nigerians to have reasons to fear. Now, it also it's making people think otherwise. Okay, so but just before then, I think we'll just check out
definitely. Collations have started in Abuja, so we'll just link up right about now to find out exactly what INEC is doing and what is happening as to the general elections. Let's hook up to Abuja.
Gomus, also a national commissioner. And we have Dr. Bababila, a national commissioner to her right. And finally, Mr. Sam Olumekun MNI, a national commissioner. It's my pleasure to also specially welcome the Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba, CFR, to our midst. A round of applause for this Inspector General, please. It's also my honor and privilege to respectfully recognize the presence of chairmen of some electoral commissions from sister African countries here present. Mr. Jacobs Mwambegele is the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Tanzania. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. We also have Mrs. Elsie Ngikembua, chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Is she around? She's here to come. Mrs. Davidetta Lansana, chairperson of National Electoral Commission of Liberia. A round of applause for her, please. All the way from Liberia. We have Ba Isaka Sona, chairman of the Electoral Commission of Niger. You're welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Sakalafia, chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Benin. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Elsie Oedraogo, chairman Electoral Commission Burkina Faso. Is he around? Maybe he'll soon join us. Also here in Nigeria, Mr. Mohamed Kone, chairman Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. We have Mr. Aliu Muma Njai, chairman Electoral Commission of Gambia. We also have in Nigeria, Mrs. Jane Mensah, chairperson, the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Maybe she will soon join us. It's my pleasure to also recognize together all the chairmen and secretaries of the 18 political parties here present and all the party agents. You are especially welcome to this collation center. And all the heads of development agencies here present, members of the INEC Press Corps, and all the journalists here present. You are all welcome. With that, it's my pleasure and privilege to now invite the chairman of INEC to please make a few remarks. Honorable Chairman, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The Inspector General of Police, members of the Diplomatic Corps, my colleagues, the chairmen of electoral commissions from East, West, and Southern Africa, representatives of the various security agencies, the media, national and international, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, I welcome you all to the formal opening of the 2023 Presidential Election Results Collation Center. As some of you are aware, collation of presidential election results in Nigeria is done at 4 levels. After the conclusion of voting, counting, and recording of results at the various polling units. The results are first tallied and collated at the 8,809 registration areas or wards. The collated ward level results are tallied and collated at the 774 local government areas nationwide. Thereafter, they are tallied and collated in each of the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. The collated figures for each state and the Federal Capital Territory are finally collated here in Abuja, where the announcement of the outcome of the election will be made by the returning officer for the presidential election, who also doubles as the Chief Electoral Commissioner of the Federation. And this is a duty that I'm privileged to perform, and it will be done here at this venue. Agents, observers, the media, the diplomatic community, and security agencies should adhere to the sitting positions assigned to them. 2. Results for each state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory shall be presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election, or simply put, the SCOP, who will also serve as the collation officer at state and the FCT level. After collecting the results at state level, the SCOP shall be accompanied to Abuja by the resident electoral commissioner and security agencies. On arrival, which shall organize the sequence of presentation. The returning officer shall invite the SCOP, the State Collation Officer for the presidential election, accompanied by the resident electoral commissioner, to the seat we are going to provide to my left for the presentation of the result. Shall loudly announce the votes scored by each political party in the state, including reports of cancellations and areas where elections did not hold, if any. The returning officer then invites comments and observations, if any, from the polling agents. The returning officer to submit the original copy of Form EC8D. When all the scopes have presented their results, the returning officer shall display actions on state-by-state basis. The EC8E, the declaration of results for the election, and EC40G3, summary of registered voters in the polling units where elections were either cancelled or not held. And I will have the privilege of displaying the blank forms before proceeding starts after the receipt of the reports from the various state collation officers. Next, the returning officer shall complete the EC8DA and announce the votes scored by each party, and their returning officer then completes the EC40G3 and compares it with Form EC8DA to ascertain if any of the candidates has satisfied the requirements of the law to proceed with declaration. If satisfied, the returning officer completes Form EC8E and makes a declaration of winner. And finally, the returning officer invites the agents of political parties to receive duplicate copies of the EC8. Having set the ground rules, from today, the collation center is hereby declared open until the final determination of the 2023 presidential election. Once the process begins, the collation center will be open all day and all night, subject only to short breaks as may be announced by the returning officer. The official results will be shown on several screens here at the collation center. There are a number of screens to my left and right. There is also I appeal to all political parties and media organizations to draw their figures only from the official results released by the Commission as the only body constitutionally responsible for releasing official election figures. When the scopes arrive, they will sit in the open area for the state collation officers for the presidential election. And then by the side to my right, you will see a table there. That is the collation secretariat. And the collation secretariat is directly under me. So everything that we are going to do here will be done in our situation room. But that is just the situation room for the commission. But once collation starts, everything begins and ends in this hall and in the open. As the collation of results progresses, the Commission may find it necessary to brief the nation on matters relating to the election, but unrelated to the collation of results. When the need for such brief right behind this building, but within the premises, these premises, for such briefings. ASO Hall has actually been prepared as our media center. So when we need to make briefings unrelated to the collation of results, it will be done there. So we maintain the sanctity of this hall essentially for the collation of results and matters arising from the collation of results. Where I am unable to personally brief the media, the National Commissioner responsible for information and voter education, sitting to my immediate left, will now take a break and resume at 6 p.m. We are certain that by 6 p.m., one or two of the scopes will arrive with the results. So we begin the process of collation. I thank you very much. We resume at 6 p.m. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman INEC. As the Chairman has announced, proceedings will be suspended for formal opening session.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. It's Nigeria Decides 2023 studios of Spectrum Television. And a short while ago, we just saw the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, finally addressing the nation, albeit in stages, because as we know it, they'll be returning back to the collation center as the time passes by. The results, which we're told will take place at the ASO Hall of the FCT in Abuja. And perhaps we have to start from there, taking the collation and the announcement proper to the seat of the nation's capital is likely to deter anyone who would try to disrupt the collation process itself. But perhaps some would equally say, if we're already having skirmishes with the delay in uploading the results of the servers, on the servers rather, the decision to take the collation to the ASO Hall would say it would prevent anyone from trying to manipulate.
Just like you said, you know, trying to make sure that there's no intrusion, you know, into the collation of, or rather the final announcement of all of those results. But that we are trying to be very transparent with the procedures of the election and collations and eventual announcement of results. Why don't we just do it in the open glare of everybody that is supposed to be at the collect people that are supposed to be there, and more like key people as to how this election should be run that are in the collation center. So why not just do it to the full glare of, you know, everybody at the collation center, unless again if they are telling us that while they are going to be doing it at the ASO Hall, that there will be key representatives of each political party in attendance there.
And I must say, if they have proven to us they can't be trusted, they can't keep to their words, because you want to compare the strong words they gave us, the assurances to what just happened yesterday, and of course then they are giving us another word today. Okay, so are we supposed to keep to that word? Will they keep to their words? Is how you are showing us that truly everything is going to go on free and fair.
We have to look at, as it concerns the National Assembly post, rather the presidential post, where we'll expect more feelers as it concerns the uploading of the result on the server, which we'll touch on in a short while. And that's the requirements from each of the 18 presidential candidates who wish to secure the nation's top jobs, what they are supposed to do to eventually ensure that they get the presidential counted from 2/3 of the number of states across the federation, and we have 36
states plus FCT.
That's right. And from the projections that we've been getting, insinuation seems to suggest that the Labour Party candidate at the nation's capital, Abuja, by these projections, it looks like it's not yet for any of this party yet.
Definitely.
Because we've had reports, some are leading here, some are leading there, but we can't ascertain if they're actually
interesting to see the turnout of those particular elections, even though there have been some discrepancies here and there, and some states not even being able to cast their votes properly and all of that. But it's interesting to see, and it may look as if, I think I was discussing with someone yesterday, and I'm like, that the man Peter Obi is actually giving the PDP a good run for their time. And it brings me to the question, what's really happening with the People's Democratic Party, knowing fully well 2015 now, when the APC came on board. And my question is it about the candidacy of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar that is putting the PDP in well for their 16 years, and that's why the party seems to be, dwindling a little, or it's just because of all of the issues and integral, democratic crisis that they have plunged the People's Democratic Party?
Okay. Well, Janice, if you talk about that just a moment, before we get to the INEC portal to find out what is already uploaded there. Now, talking about the governors, the 16 years PDP had led, okay, not doing well. I'd like to, Nigerians could actually afford stuffs. Now, Nigerians could afford things, yes, and we know that we've had a couple of challenges during the Buhari-led administration. Okay, we had the pandemic and a whole lot of that, something we'd never experienced before. But then, if you want to count as many flaws as possible.
Okay.
As many flaws. It has put us in a tight corner, put Nigerians in a box, let me say, that they can't really move themselves. Rather, other than when PDP was ruling. So I would say, I think it's the candidacy for a man who has really lost confidence.
Maybe we should ask ourselves as well, why did the PDP lose out at the 2015 polls after 16 years at the helm? It shows Nigerians were equally tired of the PDP and decided to vote for the APC. Even when we had a
points where he was president. Yeah. And he was also, because of all of the bombings that was happening across the country.
Yeah, the attacks.
And he said it, that his ambition, his political ambition
is not enough to take lives,
the blood of any Nigerian.
Okay, so aside the matters of insecurity, what other areas can we outrightly say that the PDP administration failed, so much so that Nigerians decided to vote them out? Because if we dwell on
corruption was another issue.
Exactly, corruption was a massive issue under Jonathan's administration. We may not see the then NSA under Buhari, or rather under Jonathan, was accused and eventually arrested for siphoning $2.1 billion US meant to procure arms to fight Boko Haram. Desani Allison Maduke, Minister of Petroleum under Jonathan's administration.
How many times have snakes swallowed up monies? How many times have monkeys swallowed up money?
Taking monies.
Maybe not only for the APC.
How many of them have been persecuted?
Well, thank God Abba Kyari has, but we still have the issue.
Abba Kyari are blessed memory. I think I'm referring to the then. But how different did each administrations fight them? Did Jonathan's administration really tackle corruption as compared to, because we're looking at 16 years of PDP, of which 8 were under Obasanjo. A lot of state governors were arrested and prosecuted when Obasanjo was president. Remember Alami Esia of Bayelsa State? It's been accused of being a little one-sided.
These governors that you're mentioning have been persecuted. They were persecuted, weren't they?
Right.
A
good number of them were. That was under the Obasanjo administration. We're talking about Jonathan's administration and Buhari's administration.
Argument exactly that we experienced a lot of corruption during the Jonathan administration, but Nigerians had monies to go around them.
That's
so
simple.
We didn't have
so
to
we never felt it.
But Buhari came up with
Let's bring in a scenario
there.
Let's bring in the scenario now. The fuel scarcity is at its peak here in the country, and that's because the Buhari administration isn't being taken off just yet. But on the 1st of January 2012, if your memory is still fresh.
Of course, yeah.
New Year's Day,
Nigeria.
we all woke.
Of course, yes.
We know the likes of Buhari had campaigned and equally protested against it and said it cannot stand. That policy for him was a good one, and he saw nothing wrong with it except the mix of protest But here is Buhari insisting that for the good of the country, subsidy can no longer be sustained, and it looks like it will happen. It's about leadership here.
He was softer. He was softer. I think he had interest of
So
people
what kind of president would you want? One that knows that this policy is good for the country, sticks to his guts, and lets it go through, or the other who just, turns his eye the moment one or two persons begin to make noise, which will really good.
And will always twist the policy to favor him when he is in that position.
And politics.
And then will cry out loud when he is not in that position where the policy will favor him. And that's why we saw that play out when Jonathan brought up the issue of removing fuel subsidy. But the argument again is Nigerians are saying that it is just some group of people that are sitting down to milk this country dry. So even if, when we say that, let's not also forget that the removal of subsidy has always been said to be in phases. And how long other administrations say they want to remove subsidy.
Okay.
Well, that's quite an interesting point. Maybe we'll revisit it later. But before, since we're going to lead up to the uploading of results on the servers from the ones that we have already, let's entertain some reactions. Don't forget, you can reach out to us. Formal announcement, which would commence from today, but please do not get ahead of yourselves. We may not have a full announcement of who will be the president today, let alone tomorrow. We could be looking as far as Tuesday morning or afternoon. But let's go through all the geopolitical zones and likely see where the strengths of these presidents are. Beginning with the Northwest.
Okay, just before then, since we call for contributions, I'd just like to read the numbers since people are listening to us on Planet Radio. You can call us on 090-222-310-704-54-17707. Feel free to put a call across to us or send us a WhatsApp or text message. Let's get to the result.
So, not the result now. We're looking at projections first off. And we're starting with the Northwest, which is Nigeria's. In Nigeria, looking at the rundown, they have states like Kano, who is the second largest populated state in Nigeria, and equally, the states with the second largest number of PVC collection and voter registration. So having that number in the Northwest is politically a bit projections of PVC collection and registration. Jigawa also comes in fourth. Now, this was the bedrock of President Buhari's eventual and serial contesting for the nation's top job, which he failed since 2003, 2007, 11, and he finally got it at the full time of asking PC strongholds. The states of Kano, Katsina, Kaduna, and Jigawa are all APC control states at the moment. But the narrative seemed to have had a twist, because when you look at Kano, we talked about Kwankwaso yesterday, being a former governor of the state for 2 terms. He wants his neutrality to, go way above board, as compared to the fact that he's a member of the APC and should be supporting the APC. That could also rub off on the president's own supporters. If they see that his decision to display his ballot paper, the president said he did that to show that he was in solidarity with the APC. Do you believe him?
And in total support of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well,
the president is being smart here.
I'll take him for his words. Sad over time, he has been very, adamant on his resolve that he is supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all of that. But of course, we also knew the dramas that ensued, in all of the campaigns and everything. And we saw the president also follow suit in campaigning for Bola Ahmed Tinubu on my own bait, to fulfill the promise I made to Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he becomes the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then I'll take the president for his words. If his body language says differently, that's his own business.
So where do we likely think that the votes would go in the Northwest, going by this statistics? Yes, even though Buhari had we're talking about Kano State and Kwankwa. So the Labour Party's presidential running mate, Dati Ahmed, is equally from Kaduna. That's another state in that zone. And Kwankwa also has a large following in Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa as well. Atiku recorded his highest votes per zone in 2019 in the Northwest. When you put all of this together, it looks like the four major candidates have some level of support in this particular region, and this is the biggest region in the country. So it's hard to tell where the votes would likely
definitely go to. So we are not going to be saying, and that's the good thing about this particular political season where you have 2019. We just knew that okay, so the whole of the north will be tilting towards Buhari's candidature. So but for this particular one, we are in the middle of trying to decipher, who is going to get the bulk of the votes from these particular zones, knowing fully well that we have like four.
Some states, of course, have been uploaded by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and this is coming directly from the IREF with respect to one of the callers who had called in earlier on to say it was on social media to misguide Nigerians. So we have to also urge you to be very, very conscious of where you go to get your information. What we're giving to you right now is directly from the INEX server. Have had results trickling in. These are not conclusive results from across all the states, just the ones that have been uploaded on the server. And looking at the states, we're going to give you a rundown bit by bit, of course, as we progress on some of the key areas, not units. A short while ago, we just got a wind of news that the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, lost in Surulere in his polling unit, and I wanted to say it was disappointing, but then I'm not supposed to
Then what would you say of the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Adamu, who lost his polling unit also to the Labour Party?
Well, these are their polling units. Vice President to Jonathan Namadi Sambo had lost in his polling unit. Bukola Saraki at the 2019 polls lost in his polling unit. As a matter of fact, he was booted out up to summarily round up that
it could
no, it could in a way, because if you lose in your polling units, then how do you even tell people that you have a grasp of your state, your local government? And also that means you cannot even win.
One of the members representing I think where's that? Is it a bag? Was reported not to be found in his polling unit. But then we'll get
back to Mekbonika constituency.
But as of
with the presidential election, this time we're focusing from home, Akwa Ibom State, and from the projections we've seen so far, AK local government area with 203 polling units had submitted only 9 results from across 11 wards. 203, but only 1 result have been submitted from 57 polling unit. What are they waiting for? Esereke local government area had 10 wards and 95 polling units, and it has been completed. So could we say a round of applause for Esereke local government area? An example of have trickled in. That's a stronghold, by the way, of the Young Progressives Party, YPP, who have a gubernatorial candidate from that local government. Maybe March 11. We'll have more to talk about this. Ibesikbo, certain local government area. One of the local governments that had voting start earnestly as of 8 a.m. yesterday. 10 wards with 180, but only 3 results have come in so far. It's in a local government area with 11 wards and 146 polling units have so far submitted 67 results. Quite impressive and commendable as well. Ikorekpene local government area with 171 senatorial district with 113 polling units spread across 10 wards have equally had results coming in as well. So from the data, a good number of states have sent in their results. It's hard to tell why many haven't come in. Let's go to Anambra State, which is the home state of Mr. Peter. And yet, from any of the polling units across the 11 wards. Well, that's quite disturbing.
Yeah, it's quite disturbing and causes great concern.
Same is applicable to a bulk of the other local governments as well that we've seen, where it looks like results are delayed in coming in. Bauchi State also, no results coming in from any of the polling units so far.
It seems,
results came in as early as they could, though not in its entirety.
Yeah, but it still brings us back to, some of the issues that Nigerians and concerns that Nigerians had raised earlier, of INEC, officials not what is the problem? Why are results not uploaded?
And it hasn't been addressed. It hasn't been mentioned.
No, even if it hasn't been addressed, what is INEC doing? Is it just a matter of we do not have network? And why is INEC not having provisions not made for effective transmission of results?
Or is there anything wrong with NCC? Fine.
And then it brings me to even the question or the issue where, you know, electronic transmission of results became a serious problem. That's electronic transmission of results is no longer workable in Nigeria in terms of our electoral processes. Because
a lot of those
questions
were asked, you know, long before now, and as Rachel said, INEC kept on assuring us collaborate with them to ensure a seamless process in the elections. Scarcity of cash, fine. They said the CBN assured there was no concern. Phil, the NNPCL said it has been taken care of. Security, all the service chiefs met with the president 24
and
hours
they said
to the
everything
post.
is under
Everything
control.
was fine. Communication-wise, the NCC commencing, they announced the postponing of elections in 5 senatorial districts, and yesterday was marred by so many irregularities. And the mother of it all has to be the delay or refusal, because these are two different bills. What explains the reluctancy here? I mean, who's asking them not to upload those results? Those are, you know, fishy questions that, you know, we need answers. But I was just listening to Yakubu as we saw from that clip. It seems like he knows so much, but is keeping his cards close to his chest.
A reason, and a lot of people are also saying that, look, if this continues and Mahmoud Yakubu does not, you know, address some of these challenges that have been experienced since yesterday, there might just be a protest around the country. And I don't think that we want to vote, allow us to vote. But I think that if this continues without it being properly addressed by Yakubu, Mahmoud Yakubu, then it will also push Nigerians to that point where they have to go to the streets to protest against what's happening in the country. And I don't we have in somewhat what looks like the NSAS protests happen again in the country, and it will be totally bad if you ask me.
Okay, don't forget we're still going to entertain your reactions later on before we head back to the Collation Center in Abuja, where we're still expecting fearless from participating in this exercise, as well as the press. We'll have our eyes on there and we'll take you straight there the moment we can. But while we're expecting those reactions, we're looking at the projections across the 6 geopoliticals. Yeah, it's afternoon. We're already
welcome
into the
to
afternoon.
the show.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Turn down the volume of your TV set.
I'm from Enugu.
Enugu. All right. Go ahead. What's your name, please?
Mr. Joseph.
Yes. Yes. The INEC INEC in this Yakubu. They want to play
game, but this game cannot work. We are praying in this
game.
We up now, up now, boys.
Off now, where?
We are our premier unit 009. Yes. Up now.
Which local government area?
Local government.
Enugu South.
Enugu South local government. The electoral vote went to that place. She went well.
Okay, the elections went well in your area.
Yakubu don't want to give us a good result.
Okay, they've not uploaded the result.
Yes, if you don't want to give us a good result, we want to come out of sportivity to go protest.
Saying concerns, INEC officials unwilling to upload result, and I did ask, is it a case of natural hindrances, or because someone somewhere is pressing the buttons and saying do not upload those results? Yes. For what reasons? Because
let's just take another call.
Okay.
TV.
Spectrum TV.
Yes. My name is Anefi of Victor Mindian.
Okay, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Ikeja, Lagos.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So what I want to say is that since INEC introduced the electronic and Nigerians want Obi, we want Obi. If eventually Obi didn't win this election, we'll come out, we'll protest. INEC property.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You don't have any right to destroy INEC's property.
Nigeria need Obi.
You do not have any right to destroy Nigeria's property. Don't.
It's sounding that way because of all of the challenges they must have had, during the elections. But it brings me to one question now. Does it mean that when a particular candidate, which some Nigerians think should win the election, does not win the election, it
means it has been rigged?
No, that means it has been rigged.
Let's just take another call. So we'll talk about
Hello,
that.
good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. To give my name, Mr. Raymond. I call in from Iduran.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to quickly give you kudos for giving us this platform to air our view. What happened yesterday is unprecedented. Because that yesterday, everybody, went out to vote for their choice. And what bothered me most was the fact that most of the voters were transferred from INEC to other polling units. And you saw the way people were going up and down looking for their polling unit, the new polling unit for them to vote. And luckily, most of them voted. Most of them did not vote because they cannot really find it. But I want to believe when we go to the next election, they will correct that problem. But what I will not feel that they are trying to manipulate the results. Because in my unit, we had the result. The result was given to the agent in that unit 14 in St. Joseph Primary School, Iduran. The result was given to all the polling units. Party agents had their own results. So the election was very, very successful, free and fair at that point. in time in all the 4 units in that particular place. So everybody is looking at, you can see the way people are coming out to vote. It will not reflect the result that we used to have, where one party will have millions of votes, the other party will have very smaller votes. But the way they are going, I want to believe that Nigeria will be satisfied. So INEC should not play pranks on Nigeria, and they should release the results by allowing people to have access to it, and they should do it with God-fearing in their heart, safe, and do the needful. Whosoever person wins, let it be convincingly that that person won, and it won convincingly. We should not, try to manipulate any result, because a lot of people have their own results. So anytime that you have different results from INEC and from people have from the field, that will tantamount to chaos, and people will bring problems. Please poll yesterday. God bless Nigeria. This is the only country that we have. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you too. God bless you too. All right, so I think Nigerians are really having issues with INEC right now, not even political parties, but also, all right, before we go on, let's just take another call. Hello. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome to the show. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Tony. I'm calling from Benue State.
Okay.
And protest or no protest, people should know that it cannot be manipulated. And all of them that contest presidential cabinet are not kids. The way things are going now is electronically, and it's not like before that there's some people inside the room and brought out and begin to announce in INEC office that so card. If you look yesterday, if you bring your voter's card, they will just notarize it into Beaver, and Beaver will mark it good for you that you are the owner of that card. Your thumbprint is there. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that people should just keep calm and then wait for INEC to come out. And for INEC, Beaver uploading, I'm expecting this morning that he's supposed to come and address Nigeria.
Okay,
but he hasn't done that.
Please, actually done that, just to correct you. The INEC chairman addressed the country some minutes ago. We'll head back to Abuja. All you need to do is just follow up on that.
Please, where are you calling us from again? Benue. Benue State.
Hello.
Where are you calling us from?
When we look at these issues, we look at it from both sides of the divide. INEC had said, we talked about that yesterday, what happens in areas where there were irregularities.
Yeah.
For instance, everyone is asking, why have the results not been uploaded? Perhaps INEC is now sticking to its guts that any area where there were areas where there were irregularities and would need another election to hold.
But I also think that I'd go a little bit with what Tony from Otoko said, that we need Mahmoud Yakubu to address Nigerians. So the quietness is not good for us. Why are you calling us from?
The environment is noisy.
Good afternoon. I'm calling from Kano.
What's your name?
My name is Quentin.
Okay, so your environment is a little bit too noisy, and we cannot have
you call us and show that you turn down the volume on your TV set or any listening device.
Okay, good morning. Someone else is on the phone. Hello, good morning. Oh, good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, all in the studio. My name is Apostle Kingsley
Utiko Utikoras from Uyo.
Okay.
I'm calling from Sangwele Assistant at Songoma here in Uyo. At the end of the day, according to paper received today in Cross River State, we hear that Ubi was meeting in Abuja with other parts. And at the end of the day, we are expecting that meeting to be going forward. We don't need anything that will bring us back to 1993 MKO Abiola with a stopper that was. They made people to have also Abiola pick the truth this time around, because if they do any way, Nigeria will wake up to do their own way. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Okay, so Femi Fani Kayode says INEC has done well, but if anybody loses, they should accept defeat.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello,
Hello.
good afternoon.
Hello, good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Trying to help my own view, because what I'm trying to see now is like INEC, they are trying to rig this election.
How do you mean?
And this election is so transparent. Everybody knows what's happening, because Nigerians are out for this election, because we have been following these results from updates. We have been following the voting, both everything. Like in my area in Kanu, yeah, in Kanu, TV I stay in Kanu. Peter Obi won that place. Sabonberry. Peter Obi won. They should not play pranks or play games on Nigeria. Gone are those days. Gone are those days when they reach the election and people feel pay that it's nothing. It's something now, because if either should rig this election, we are coming out on the street.
All right, thank you so much.
Coming out on the street. Out. We are out. Okay. This country is all upside down. Let's take on.
Thank
so
you.
We are out.
Thank you for your
We don't
contribution.
This time around.
Please,
Well,
please,
sorry,
we need to drop. Call now, please.
I'm sorry.
You don't come on national television
on check,
and you're using a very vulgar word.
Okay, let's get back now to more results uploaded on the IREF of the INEX portal as they come in. Looks like some states do have the results coming in. We'll just put it on the screen for you. Very, very low. And we'll still entertain more of those reactions while we're expecting to head back to Abuja, where a formal announcement will continue from the Independent National Electoral Commission at the Collation Center as it concerns the conduct of yesterday's polls. Summarily, Nigerians quite disappointed,
honestly,
that INEC is delaying updating the results, which should have happened immediately the votes were cast. Results on the server immediately. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes to do so, but we're having this delays, and it's quite a concern for Nigerians. But there were other things we should equally look at from the conduct of yesterday's polls, and the other kind of irregularities we saw eventually spearheaded to state of violence, especially Lagos. Lagos State disappointingly had pockets of incidents of violence related to the elections, and that's not what we wanted to see. We weren't just looking for credible polls. We wanted free ones. The Nigerians can go home. Someone eventually first aid treatment, which left damage to her left eye. She returned to the polling unit to still cast her votes. The spirit most Nigerians want to see, and they thoroughly enjoyed that.
I want to ask a question here. I'm like, okay, know that Lagos was alleged to be owned by the APC candidate in the person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now,
let's head to the INEC IREF and look at the results coming in from Lagos, submitted ones at that. Jeremy Felodun, local government area of Lagos, which has 11 wards and 734 polling units, have 9 results submitted only from 734 polling units. Lagos is interesting because it had the highest number of registered voters and PVC collection rate, and is unsurprised submitted. Alimosho has 1,545 polling units across 11 wards, 334 results coming so far. From Amuwo Odofin, 637 polling units from 11 wards as 12 results only. Papa, a very busy area of Lagos, has 330 or 74 polling units, that's 374, with only 8 results coming in. Epe has some persons protesting that they were not allowed to vote and will not leave the area until that happens. They have 682 polling units, but disappointingly, only 297 results have come in. Ifakoijaye area of Lagos has 761 polling units with 151 results, quite an appreciable number coming in. But Dagri witnessed cases of election violence yesterday, and 29 results area, 227 polling units, seen only 2 results coming in, quite surprising. Etiosha area of Lagos has 725 polling units, only 12 results coming in as well. And from that we go to Lagos mainland, quite interesting, 433 or 93 polling units with only 40 results coming in. And Ikeja, the Lagos Island as well, 389 polling units with only 126 results gotten so far. Kosofe area has 880 or 99 polling units. That's 899. 176 results coming in. Mushin with 865 polling units across 14 wards, have just 3 results coming in. It's important to note why we've only seen 3 results coming. Shomolu has 616 units across 12 wards, and only 6 of 5 results just coming in. Yes, Surulere. That's the local government of the speaker. I'm sounding a bit biased here with the way I'm pronouncing Surulere because I was born there. And 757 polling units in Surulere unit. That's Ward 8, by the way, in Surulere. Polling units 14. The APC scored 69 votes, the PDP with 5, NMPP 7, and the Labour Party reportedly got 89 votes in that unit. Oshodi, another high area with high concentration of purported theft and thuggery, has 890 polling units with just 58 results coming in from across the 20 local government states that INEC has said would have rerun or an extension of the voting time from yesterday. A lot of them were down to not just irregularities, as we saw yesterday from footages where some persons threatened other voters not to vote for another party. Aside that, places like Ikorodu, the LASU, that's the Lagos State University, people were denied access into the voting centers.
Were not allowed to vote.
And then violence in some areas. We're also told there were some places where people of Igbo extraction were not allowed to even cast their vote.
Should be over by now because it was supposed to start by 8 o'clock and end by 12. So even as we're looking at the portal right now, and we're supposed to be having more results trickle in, you know, at this point in time. But surprisingly, we have not seen that happen.
Just to draw your attention, Ebute Meta area of Lagos State works were dismantling ballot boxes, tearing them, setting some of the papers ablaze, which means we'll have to have another election again in Ebute Meta. It should have happened yesterday, it did not. It was pushed to today. Today's exercise has been disrupted again. Why Lagos?
You know, it brings to mind the question of where are the security personnel?
Exactly.
Over how many thousand rerun issues, you know, so why have these security agents not been deployed in their numbers?
Especially the army. The Nigerians were quite happy when they saw videos of Nigerian army being deployed to different places. But yesterday it looks like they were only mounting roadblocks and they were not seen at the polling units.
Of course, we had a caller who said that before now, like
military
2-3 days to, you know, the general elections. We saw the show.
Yeah. Am I on to Spectrum Television?
Of course, you're on to Spectrum Television. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Calling. My name is Emmanuel, calling from Lagos here.
Okay, Emmanuel, go ahead.
Where in Lagos precisely?
Yeah. Please, concerning the and it was very clear to everyone yesterday. And I want to make a suggestion to you people. I want to make a suggestion to you people. In all the polling units, there are these party representatives. Party representatives in all the polling units. Please, in order to avoid problems, let all, when they give the reports, you people will be able to combine everything together and tell INEC to give the appropriate result of this election.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It boils down to the discussion we had yesterday about the reported lack of presence of some
party agents. Somewhere in
especially the Labour Party.
We did too. Labour Party had no, there was reports that Labour Party had no agent.
Who's that blame going to fall on now? If she made a tweet yesterday, just minutes after the election commenced, that stipends would be paid to all of the Labour Party agents via transfers. That's on her official Twitter handle, by the way. You could go look it up if you wish. And if that was the case, it means there were modalities put in place to take care of the welfare of the agents. And by the way, that is not vote buying in any way. These are registered.
Yeah, my name is Guy. I'm calling from New York.
All right, go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, when we are broadcasting, be very careful on how we broadcast, for Christ's sake. You guys have succeeded in inciting the people, and the people are now calling to steal their hatred and steal bias and hatred. I know I've been trying to call to say that. It's one of the worst broadcasters in the world.
Oh, please, you don't also have a right to call in and talk down on any broadcaster on our station. It is totally unacceptable, please. I don't know who you are, but that's totally wrong for you to call call in and talk down on any broadcaster. It's not a small...
None of us are biased, and we are not standing for any political party. We're neutral.
I just think that that's a personal
yeah, we had footages
coming from that particular person.
We had footages of each event that took place, and we played them. So if you follow those footages,
someone clearly saying you cannot vote for any party here aside the APC. In the full glare of security personnel attached to that unit, and the INEC officials, the ad hoc staff, were still going about with their exercise unhindered. I mean, it shows you that there was connivance between the INEC staff and the party who were alleged to have made those threats. So the APC cannot come out to say, but
Roman, let's just
we do not know where precisely.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please tell us your name and your location.
Yeah, just discuss I'm Chooks coming from Lagos.
All right.
Are here to destroy this country. You can imagine somebody calling and insulting people. What type of incitement are they doing? Result election that was held yesterday, up to now, no single result is out. People everywhere, there is anxiety everywhere, tension everywhere. And my sisters and my brother, we are waiting for that result. Let INEC play any policies they want to play, but that result must be out.
Okay, let's just douse the tension a little bit by taking a very quick breather. When we come back, we still have to go to Lagos, by the way. Victor Nilaju, founder IPE and presidential aspirant People's Democratic Party ahead of the 2023 polls, is on standby to talk to us. We equally get feelings from Benue, where Gordon Udobert is also on standby. Basil John is in Owerri. Each will be over the line to give us their thoughts about yesterday's exercise and projections for the expected outcome at the Calculation Center in Abuja. It's Nigeria Decides 2023 Studio Suspension Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
As Nigeria prepares for the general programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness, and not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
Welcome back. It's the studios of Spectrum Television. You're watching Nigeria Decides 2023. It's the day after the D-Day, where the first of the two major elections we've been counting down to took place. Nigerians went out in large numbers to cast their votes for a new president and representatives at the across the 36 states of the Federation. We've been doing our bit to bring you up to speed with the results as they're trickling in, while we're still expecting to head back to Abuja, where the national chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, is expected to continue formal announcements of results that have been updated and uploaded on the iRev of INEC, which we've been, of course, displaying to you as founder Ipe and a presidential aspirant on the People's Democratic Party joins us live and over the line. Good afternoon to you, Victor. It's good to have to join us in our election studios once again.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I wouldn't say your excitement level has dropped from what we saw yesterday, but you seem a little bit cool. This election, regardless of the skirmishes that have been observed in different parts of the country, especially in Lagos where you are.
Okay. For us here in Lagos, is victory all the way, right? It's been victory or release our results. Like as you all know, election is about 10%. The result is 90%. So we have done our bits. The Lagosians and Nigerians have voted in Lagos, and we have won. My polling unit.
Of course, you know,
Yes.
INEC is working on that, so you can't say INEC refused
No,
to.
no. INEC refused. See, please. Been listening to different TV and radios. It's like you people are not part of this country. If this country burned, all of us will burn. It's real time. What is real time? Real time is as it is happening. It is showing life on the portal. And I found that why the journalists we have in this country, media has this, cannot call INEC and say somebody has said this result will be released real time. And this is over 24 hours. And the result is not out.
Victor, I'd like to draw your attention.
That,
I'd like to draw your attention. Counting of the result. It should be uploaded on the INEC server, except for areas where there were irregularities and discrepancies, where the elections will be outrightly cancelled. We've just had access to the INEC IREV. That's the portal where those results are supposed to be updated. And from Lagos, where you are, a good number of the polling units have not had their results. Are you saying, with reference to what Rachel said a short while ago, that perhaps some areas where the results have not been uploaded yet is because of discrepancies being recorded? So are you saying INEC should go ahead and update those results?
No, INEC has not released the
which unit precisely?
The Kosoko road polling unit 039 in Ojodubega. My brother, a lot has happened in Lagos. From yesterday to today, and a lot will happen throughout this week. We are ready. The truth about this, it was done. So let's not play games. I pity media houses. I pity you guys right now, because I expect every one of you to be coming out and saying things the way it is. But I still see some people trying to be
from our position here. From our position here, we can only make verified information, whether or not it goes against what you want or what you do not want. As long as we verified it, we're free to go. So we will not.
How do you get your verified information? How do you get it? You are still going to hear from us. You cannot be everywhere at the same time. Quote me anywhere. Quote me. Say what I'm saying. I put my name there. I said Victor said this, that APC in Lagos is.
If INEC doesn't announce your candidate, that the country is going to go into a wild protest. Now, will announcing your candidates 100%. Make the elections, the 2023 general elections, credible for you?
No process, the exercise. We voted. But releasing the actual result, that's the problem. Because they waited for us, allow us to vote. You gave us using this result real time, there will be no room for people to read. So why are you not releasing it after 24 hours?
Have there been further questions? Have there been further questions in your polling unit as to why these results were not uploaded?
The first question, see, it's not even that they could not send it. Our bill worked. That portal should have been open since yesterday by 3:30 p.m. Why? What was the wait for? Let's even say, okay, the portal was open, results had not come in. Of Beavers was unable to send result. My question is, why is the media not questioning INEC? Why is the media not calling INEC to
questioning INEC in this regard? Because those who have done so, with respect to us as well, we've done our bit in questioning the rationale behind INEC's delay or refusal to update the IREF so Nigerians can know the state of things as it concerns the results. So perhaps you're premising your argument on other media outlets who haven't done so.
Hasn't been following us.
We want to announce. I've been in front of my TV. I've been on the radio. I've been on every aspect trying to get a media house that will pick up this issue. And you people want to play safe. Nigeria is not safe right now. I start saying the way. Think that the people who spent their life their energy and time to go and vote, and you and people are really will come. We are all in this country. Whatever happened to the way I love Nigeria, whatever happened to the top happens to the bottom.
Okay,
but
Victor.
One thing
Victor, are you aware that Lagos State is one of the 16 states where INEC,
the chairman himself.
That means you've not been following up. That means you've not been following up with what is happening at the collation center, because you just accused the media of trying to play safe, whereas from what we know and information available to us, Lagos State has a good number of polling units where elections have been called for again, starting
about the result that is available. See, sir, let me tell you the truth. It is obvious that Labour Party won this election. That is why you see that we are agitating that let them release results. How many PDP or APC members have you seen?
Maybe that's
I
in
am
your
telling you
units.
that I am in Lagos. I am telling you that I'm in Lagos. I'm in the center of APC zone.
And you've gone
APC
through
don't
all the
want,
units.
APC don't even want INEC to release the results. APC has been pursuing us with guns, with machetes since yesterday. APC has gone to almost all the.
We've equally seen footages where the APC threatened people not to vote in some areas of Lagos, and we reported that as well. You've claimed that the media is trying to play safe as opposed to what we've been actually doing on ground, but we're only saying let's see verifiable footages to buttress your argument.
That the media will push forward to make sure that INEC start announcing the results. Me, I'm not saying that INEC result is false. Let's even see the result first. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying the INEC result, INEC is posting their false, or they have been changed, or they have been rigged. I'm just saying that INEC has promised us, and the chairman have not told us the reason, or whatsoever. There is no reason, right? Whatsoever, there is no reason why such thing should happen on a presidential election that you know that people have put in their life, their resources to make sure it happens. That's number one.
Candidate of the Labour Party won the elections.
Well, I can tell you categorically clear. In Lagos, the Labour Party results reaching us.
That when it's election period like this, we have a lot of flying results everywhere. People coming with their own different kinds of results. That's why we're saying that INEC should be the official people that will release the results, the final results for the election.
Majority of them, Labour are taking over Lagos. In fact, let me even shock you. The presidential candidate of APC lost his own street, Bodilon, where he lives in the island, right? Where he voted in the mainland.
When you say there were just 50 of them, are you referring to just 50 voters or only 50 persons
50
voting
voters.
for him? Well, you see, when we talk about verifying claims, that contradicts the footages we had yesterday. We showed thousands of people at the polling units where Bola Ahmed Tinubu voted. That contradicts what you've just told us.
Press people, we have over 100 camera stand at that venue yesterday. I'm giving you real time. Quote my name. Everything I'm saying to you here, record it, write my name under it, and put it anywhere.
Well, Victor,
so I'm telling you now
I'm not disputing your right to give us information information that you think you saw on ground, but with reference to the possibility of foul play, we saw footages as well on social media with to insinuate that he voted for the Labour Party. Now that's a misinformation that some persons may have done to misguide the public. So are you saying that the press should actually push that narrative?
Sir, that Buhari's video was not misleading. Buhari himself actually lifted up his for every fire, for every smoke. There is truth for every light.
So you are saying that the president voted for the Labour Party? Is that what you're saying?
Calm down. I don't want to know who he voted for. If he had voted for Labour Party and he had showed to the general public is wrong, he shouldn't have raised up that paper in the first place. Press people shouldn't have had. Was totally wrong. That means there is no secrecy, there is no privacy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nigeria is ready. If you give us one information, we can interpret it in several ways. So if you will not blame the people who later put up that he voted for Labour or whatever, out for it. And expect the media to call APC for doing that. He's our number one man. He's the person that we look up to, right? If he has done that, imagine if every Nigerian yesterday was lifting up their paper and showing to people it's wrong. Let's agree on that. Now, I'm giving you reasons why APC cannot in any, and I can tell you, you can go and verify that the APC presidential candidate lost Alausa. Alausa is where you have the government house, which we expect that's where they are going to get the highest number of their vote. They lost it. In the island, he lost it. The polling units, apart from Lagos, is the center of APC. If APC loses Lagos, I don't see any state in this country that they can win. That's something I want us to take into record. And as we move further, let us start calling on INEC to, while we are having these results out there, people will not be forging results. I saw somebody tweeting a result of 2019 election as if the result was yesterday's election. Somebody had to now even brought up the 2019 results and now show us that this was a 2019 result from can have failed. And I believe every one of us to agree now that INEC has failed in their responsibility. INEC has failed in delivering what they are supposed to do. INEC up till now is still telling us by 6 p.m. they will start counting. Counting what? What about the ones that have come so we know we can start from there? Why are they not telling us that we should wait till 6:30? See, what are we waiting for? The question that nobody have answered me till now is, what are we waiting for right now? What are we waiting? Are we waiting for INEC to post results that has already been posted? Or are we waiting for INEC to confirm or verify the result if it was true? How will INEC verify or confirm the result if it was true? Was INEC signed at it and have allowed the INEC official there to send their results, to send it? That will tell you that it is only one party as at now that is asking INEC to release result. Why? Because it's that party that can tell you as of today that we are sure that we are winning. If we are not sure that we are winning, we will not be asking INEC to release the result. We are sure of what we achieve almost 100% in Lagos.
Okay.
And Labour Party has taken it over in Lagos.
Okay,
Right.
Victor, just to be clear, it seems like we do agree on certain areas that, yes, the delay in uploading the results by INEC is, if you like, illegal by virtue of the provisions of the Electoral Act. And
Yes.
we're just verifying who was won or not is what we cannot independently on our own verify, and we're just trying to put the record straight on that. But on the last line, before I let you go, you've talked so much about Lagos, but Lagos is just one out of 33 or 36 states
It's not just
of
one.
the Federation.
It's not just one.
Well,
it's not in election. Lagos is a determining factor.
It's a determining factor alone about Lagos, then you have a big problem. There are other parts of the country you need to get votes.
Exactly.
Relax. If we can beat APC in their base, their stronghold, every other state, if we meet them, we will beat them.
But Lagos State seems not to be the only stronghold of the APC.
That's right. You equally have...
See, we know better than this. Lagos State has always been the stronghold, or let me use what the strongest hold of APC. Calm down and let's say the way it is.
Victor, sorry to pause here. But let me draw your mind. Let me draw your attention. Let me draw your attention to the 2000 massively voted for the PDP in that polls. As far as I remember, the then opposition party in Lagos lost Lagos State. When your reference to the politicking and the demographics there, it seems like you're getting it wrong.
No, sir. I will be the one to educate you on that.
No, I'm disputing you. If Lagos State, somewhat PDP in that post. I'm not talking about the governorship or the National Assembly post, because you're trying to say that Lagos is without Lagos, or if the APC gets to lose in Lagos State, that's the end of it.
That is why I'm telling you now, Lagos State is the determined. Ever Lagos State votes to, that's the direction the president will come from. In 2011, Lagos State, even the AC, then it was not APC, it was
that's right.
ACL, decided that presidential, they are going to go for PDP. That was when APC came into play. They decided they were going for APC and not PDP. And APC won the presidential. In 2019, they did the same thing. They decided to go for APC, and APC won the presidential. In 2023, they decided to go for
this decision making because we know that Lagos State is governed by an APC governor.
The people, I'm talking about the people, I'm not talking about the governor. The governor just have one vote. I'm talking about the voice of the people in Lagos. Whether we like it or not, Lagos is an influential state in not just Nigeria, in the whole of West Africa. I can tell you that 80% of everything you have in your studio pass through Lagos, whether you like it or not. Most of the information you broadcast today came via Lagos. So whether we like it or whether we want to say Lagos is not just one state. There's a reason why we are making emphasis about who wins Lagos presidential election. Once Lagosians say we are this way, automatically that's where the presidency moves to, right? So I don't think anybody have to lecture me on that. But the evidence is now clear. It's clearer, and it's wider now for us to understand that Labour Party had taken over Lagos in terms of sure that the results that will be seen from INEC Porter from now will be correct, because the delay of timing has a lot to do with the election. When you're supposed to put up a result after an hour, you waited after 24 hours to put up that result. That result is questionable. That result can be argued. Before we went into this election, INEC has told us that they are producing the result real time.
Right.
And this is after 24 hours, the result is not out. So we can go to court and contest any result right now for what was the delay from releasing those results.
Okay.
Because a lot of bad beavers.
Okay.
All right.
Right. So, and as at that time, there was not even one result that was posted from Lagos.
Okay.
Now, talking about the rest states, talking about the other states. Now, let me let you people know that if you look at the states, take this and note it down. The states where we have people snatching ballot boxes into APC, and that's why what you saw happening in River is happening in Rivers. If we can just remain neutral, we will not have talk dragging people's ballot boxes or scaring people from voting. I'm not here to accuse APC or media, and I expect media. Media professionalism is not being neutral. It's being truthful. That's what I know about media. I have great people who are doing so marvelously well on there's something that you're doing that is not right. But when it comes to Nigeria, everybody, what I say for, right? We have a lot of politicians today that should be arrested, right? Your colleague some time ago, I told her there was a video where the presidential candidate of APC was telling his supporters, telling people to snatch ballot boxes. If that is what we make them to
well,
win.
I'm glad you admitted that. I'm glad you admitted that we later played the video because we had independently verified that the information was true and not doctored. So we can only say if you have footages of such nature, it is our duty to equally bring, should we have the need to do so before we close up shop. It's been really, really intriguing talking to you this afternoon.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so very much. That was Victor Nilaju, founder EPE and presidential aspirant of People's Democratic Party in the lead up to this election. Perhaps you have to...
Guys, just to tell you, I lost confidence in this election since the current Senate Speaker was set to be the senatorial candidate for Yobe Central. While he didn't even contest for the primary election, he stood for APC presidential primaries. The election in Nasarawa State, I guess, is peaceful from Danjuma Yaro. That's just it from there.
Okay. We do have other messages coming in as well, and this one says it's a secret ballot. Why did the president need Nigerians make your votes count to go out and vote? Okay, and this one's coming from a Spencer. Okay, I don't think it's related to what we're discussing anyway, but we'll welcome more of you if you have another.
Let's hear
All
from
right.
Janice.
Yeah, this is going to be the last message we're going to be taking for the now. It says, my name is Honorable Ndubisi Ude, but it can send, I don't know what this means, House of okay, but it can send senatorial and House of Reps result.
It just seems to me like misplaced priorities in terms of the leading trajectory of the arguments here and the role that the media has played in all of this. I actually agree with him. Late last night projected that Bola Tinubu was leading in 3 out of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, whereas a good number of these areas haven't even had results coming, as we confirmed from the INEC ref, and that's why we say we to, of course, keep them up to speed and mount pressure on them to do right by Nigerians. And we've been saying, why haven't the results been uploaded just yet? So perhaps Victor,
that have been playing out, and these are the things that we've been discussing on this table since morning,
and
that we opened the studios,
we're hearing
today.
of planned protests if things don't work out. But
well, the protests have already started. When we had people chanting yesterday, that was a protest. Maybe because people think protests must be violent. No, discovered that something fishy has been done to alter the real result. Maybe the protest would degenerate to something close or even bigger than what we saw in the NSAS protest. And that's not what, of course, we're calling for.
Okay, so just call for calm. Let Nigerians stay calm.
Okay, we're just going to have to take a water break when we come back.
From 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign, jingle, announcement, or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC.
Welcome back, and thanks for rejoining us live in our studios. It's Nigeria Decides 2023. We're coming to you live on Spectrum Television, broadcasting from Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital, where we've been reviewing the aftermath of the presidential race in some centers and polling units where they could not hold yesterday for several obvious reasons. Earlier this afternoon, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, addressed the press and by extension the country from the collation center in Abuja, where they would reconvene at 6:30 for more updates and information on have been agitating for an uploading of the result as they pour in on the INEC server, which hasn't been the case in different parts of the country. Some results have, of course, come in and have been uploaded, but doesn't represent a true picture of the exercise we saw yesterday. Let's turn our sights now. Ahmed Lawan, who is gunning for what would be a sixth term in the upper chambers of the National Assembly. But we'll focus on events back home as we head to Ikorokpene Senatorial District, that's Akwa Ibom Northwest, where Barrister Imokban, spokesperson, the APC Campaign Council, gubernatorial campaign council, that is, joins us, of course, to give us a source that we are getting. He joins us live now. Good afternoon to you, Barrister Imokban. And welcome to the Nigeria Decides 2023 studios. Barrister, if you can hear us, good afternoon to you on National Assembly elections, including the House of Representatives here in Akwa Ibom State. Some key figures were equally gunning to represent their constituents at various levels of the National Assembly. The Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Anyekan Bassi, was the PDP candidate for Uyo Senatorial District, former Governor Godswill Akpabio, and former CEO. Once again, Barrister Imokban, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Raymond. It seems I lost you. I lost you for a point there.
Okay. It's good to have you back. Rachel and Janice are equally here with me as well. You might want to say hi.
Hello, Barrister.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Rachel. Good afternoon. Janice.
Obviously, the elections is taking a great toll on you. But how's it? Can you hear us?
I think we're still having connection issues with Barrister Imokban, but we're still getting back up. Just before we close up shop, by the way, in the next 13 minutes or thereabouts.
Welcome back, Barrister.
Okay, Barrister, welcome back.
I'm hoping that this will be a very interesting session.
Senatorial districts, as far as the National Assembly polls precisely were concerned.
Well, it was generally very exciting. As expected, the voters were very eager to cast their vote across the 10 local government areas of Ikoro. They permit to go away from my polling units. But I played some role in the coordination activities of the elections. I had access to print, and then also in the local government area, and then generally across the senatorial district and also across the state. So reports we get that the elections were generally peaceful in the polling units where I voted, primary incident free. Polling started at about 10 a.m. and the entire exercise was concluded shortly after 3 p.m. with the results being declared. In the neighboring polling unit, which is just a stone throw away from here, also identified that unit 018, it was incident free. That in Itak, which is identified as Ward 11 in the local government area, all the polling units, no material arrived in Itak as I speak to you down shortly after 3 p.m. today, to the 6th. No polling material where is identified as unit 010 in the Caribbean, where midway through voting, thugs invaded the area and burnt up all the ballot papers for the House of Representatives elections. And I'm also told that that repeated in unit 003 in the local government area. And then we move materials in units 2, 3, and 4 were carted away by a band of armed thugs led personally by the chairman of the council himself. And even though I was not there, but I have had opportunity of also going to INEC office, because local government area, to also see through collation activities, which is almost concluded. And units 2, 3, and 4 in Ward 1 in the local government area, I can tell you that authoritatively have been cancelled following petition the ward polling agents for the three leading political parties, the APC, the PDP, and the YPP, that the chairman of the local government area led a band of armed thugs shooting sporadically into the air to cart away materials. So there are pockets of was beaten to stupor and dispossessed of the Beavers machine. I don't know whoever is going to use that for. We have also received reports of violence in areas like Etemekpo, in Abak, where it is reported that two Hilux vehicles invaded a particular polling unit, carted away the beavers. And then the polling clerks to wherever. There are unconfirmed reports that in Orogonam local government area in Kanafun, where beavers machines, all the beavers machines were taken out. Like I said, unconfirmed report, but the story is that there are likely manipulations of that voting wards, so 10 local government areas in this senatorial district. But if it is to be rated according to a scale, then I would say that on the level of compliance with
laws and regulations, we may have had an above 65 to 70% incidence, measuring probably up to about 20 or 30%.
Okay, let's turn our sights now to one particular election that people of Akwa Ibom extraction have been gearing up to get. As much as we've not had a formal announcement yet in terms of a declaration of the winner. Akwa Ibom yesterday's voting, counting, collation, and the results that were confirmed from some of the polling units indicate that the candidates of the All Progressives Congress APC in Akwa Ibom Northwest and former governor of the state, Senator Godswill Akpabio, was leading the to make local government area. We're told there were reports of incidents of attacks on INEC officials, and some folks were equally apprehended. But we'll leave all of that to the security agencies to deal with. Let's focus on the point this time in terms of connection with the voters, which translated to a massive turnout yesterday in his support.
Raymond, it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. I have seen that in this senatorial district, it is not possible for Senator Godswill Akpabio to lose elections. And you see the turnout across all the 10 local governments is unanimous. Even in the local government area, which is supposed to be the stronghold of the major contender, or his major opponent rather, Barrister Emmanuel Enoidem, which is a Temeko local government area, we receive unconfirmed reports that more incidents of violence, than in any other local government area. You don't have stories of violence in Ikolepele. You don't hear of that in the Sienudum. You don't hear of that in you don't hear much of that in Abak. You don't hear much of that in Orogonam except for the incident here. That even in the local government area. So you see that Senator Akpabio, even though results have not, or collation has not been concluded and final results announced, has made all along. In 2019, Senator Akpabio did not lose the senatorial elections. That senatorial election was cancelled by the erstwhile REC.
Oh, Barrister Mokman, I was about coming there. I was about coming there. In the course of this campaigning, in the lead up to this post, Barrister placed their expectations on his popularity alone, but should come out and vote for him. And a lot of political experts 2019 polls, as you've just done, where it appeared that most persons were not familiar with the fact that Senator corrected in the course of this campaigning, because 4 years is enough time to know that he has gone on to be not just a member of the Senate, but also a minister of the Niger Delta Affairs under the APC-led administration at the federal level. and the ruling party in the state may have thwarted his efforts back in 2019?
That is just a piece of a fraction to it. The major reason is that people will continue to vote for Senator Fabio Republic. It is more of the fact. In fact, there are people in this state who do not have contact with Senator Godswill Akpabio. The only things they have been possible for the man to lose elections in the correct senatorial district, all things being equal. And that's why I was saying that in 2015, or rather 2019, Senator Akpabio did not lose the senatorial elections. Yes, it is true that many people did not even know that Senator Akpabio had more of campaigns now that he did in 2019. So it is possible for rural dwellers to not know that when you are approaching the ballot paper and you're talking about Senator Akpabio, you wouldn't be talking about the Senator Akpabio we have always known against the PDP and its umbrella logo. You are now talking about, but the issue that has been addressed is that there is also greater vigilance on the side of the electorate, which has been dealt with by the Beavers machine. I was saying that in 2019, Mr. Mike Guinea, not in the Korepene, not in a single local government area, but in the comfort of his office in Uyo, the state capital. Mike Guinea was not the polling officer, he was not a collation agent, he was not the returning officer who rightly has the powers to cancel results at units, but he was a resident electoral officer, or rather resident electoral. So Mr. Mike Guinea would have been a major opponent, quote and unquote, in this electoral contest. But we don't have that opponent. That opponent has been removed. So the electorate have come face to face with their candidate of choice, who is Senator Godswill Akpabio. And that is why you find the massive turnout party lines. YPP, APC, and surprisingly PDP in all the local government areas. In the Kono local government, in Ini, and even in the Temekpo local government area. You possibly cannot explain what has happened in the Temekpo area, local government area. So when you hear people, and the interesting part for me, so that we are sure that they are stable in health. But you see, the people, the electorates, directly have made their choice, and they have decided through this election that, you see, this is not just about endorsements, this is not just about high-sounding stakeholders. It's about the fact that each and every one of us has an equal right and
yes, you're celebrating or pre-celebrating the fact that the APC candidate in Akwa Northwest seems to be headed for a landslide victory. But it takes nothing away from the fact that the APC has equally recorded a massive, embarrassing outcome at other senatorial districts where it seems like you haven't won any seat on the ballot. And equally, I'm sure you've been inundated with reports across the country about the state of the results pouring in, which suggests, and with some evidence to buttress this argument, that the APC is trying in some measures to rig the presidential election in their favor, even when it seems that the result is going against them. On the last line before we let you go, I'd like you to respond to these claims.
Well, announced, I have also gotten feelers that the party is not faring too well in all constituencies. And so, under the euphoria of the landslide, the coasting to victory by Senator Fabio, we have not been able to replicate that in all other constituencies, which means that you don't have a Senator Fabio in every senatorial district. Firmament in this election, especially in the Ikoroikpene senatorial district. We trust more in the decisions and choices of the people freely expressed. And if for any reason there are candidates of any political party that have not won their elections or are not winning their elections, and that at the presidential level that the PDP, that the APC is frantic, to rig the elections. I don't know how that will come about, because I have been to INEC office. I have personally witnessed firsthand how voting is done with the Beavers machine. I do not know what aspects of we are doing so well, and those who have the opportunity, those who have the responsibility of superintending through this process and giving it a smooth ending should allow it to flow, so that voters can take direct benefit for their decision.
Well, Barrister Mokpan, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so very much for joining us and obliging us your thoughts on the program today. Album State, and quite optimistic. I think it's been quite honest with the fact that the APC hasn't fared well in other constituencies here in the state and perhaps across the country, but they were quite upbeat about the projected victory of former Governor Senator Gosula Babio at Ikoroikpene senatorial district. I don't know what this means for the PDP candidates who before him court ruling, but before that ruling, it looks like Inoidem was the man to beat.
He had the flag already. He had the road all to himself before Senator Akpabio came in.
Interesting. We equally had
but again, putting both of them side by side, so putting them, side by side in comparison. Who do you think that the citizens of Akwa Ibom State will definitely tilt to? And of course, we've seen so far so good, even though the results have not been officially announced by INEC. But so far so good from all that has been trickling. Definitely.
Because as we see it, a good number of the parties are equally winning seats. From projections as well, we hear the local government of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, who is the candidate of the PDP for the senatorial election, your senatorial district, actually lost in his local government and is equally trailing in the senatorial district to the YPP candidate to gear up its girdles ahead of the March 11th
election. Not just there, you get to the National Assembly as well. You find out that I think the ruling party is also derailing.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. They don't seem to be getting enough of the
It makes me begin to wonder if really Akwa Ibom State, as has been projected over the years, is really traditionally PDP. Because that has always been the saying, you know, that Akwa Ibom State is this time around. We never can tell following all of the results that have been trickling down.
Well, I'd like to remind something you said yesterday. You talked about third force. So I think
more like a third force is rising in Akwa Ibom State as well.
Nigerians are having a new narrative, a new thing entirely.
Exactly.
They want to try something else out.
Oh, interesting thoughts. Well, extension of coverage of the 2023 elections will continue tomorrow. You can catch up with Jenny and Oyai on Rise and Shine, beginning from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. I'll be here for Political Spectrum at 10 to midday, and you can join Rachel at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the Law, the People, and the government. Will continue on Abuja, where at 6:30 today, the INEC umpire, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, will be addressing the nation as far as the collated results from across the country is concerned. Hopefully, by the turn of tomorrow, we should know at least 70% where this election likely tilts.
Yeah, Nigerians today, the voice of the people and the choice of the people is what INEC will definitely be announcing finally. But it has been a great time with you, gentlemen of the press, since yesterday on this marathon, you know, doing justice to all of the election proceedings that have been going on. It's been wonderful.
Good. And for those polling units who had their polls today, well, we hope the result will be uploaded immediately, not like yesterday, but just keep calm. INEC are on their feet to make sure everything turns out right. And of course, those expecting to do the protest, I'd like us to, well, protesting is not actually bad, but you have to do it in the right way, okay, in a very calm manner. So when you think about destroying government properties, of course, that our vote will count. Thank you, Ram. Thank you, Janice. I am Rachel David White.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time. Until then, on behalf of the rest of the crew, thanks for joining us, and bye for now.